I actually forgot to do the intro for everyone popping in. So we've got a Night Dweller, Eonek. We've got Eonek grabbing the first. We got Ushse, Darth Dragos, Infinity Simplex. Darth Dragos on their 25 stream streak. So thanks so much for continuing to tune in. I'll go and do like the fit check or whatever you want to say here in a minute. We got Dick Butte. We've got Still Coleman, and a whole bunch of people lurking. So because people asked, this shirt. It's from TwitchCon Vegas, so you'll notice there's the, where's a good example? You'll notice the, I'm really bad at trying to do this backwards. So, you know, that's very clearly the Twitch logo, and then it's dice like a casino. But it is one of these shirts that was exclusive for TwitchCon Vegas that I got because it's like, that's a nice shirt. I like that shirt. Anyways, on to stuff that's actually Dyson Sphere program. Since this is my first time playing on stream, we are going to do the whole thing where we take 2 seconds to go in and look at the accessibility settings and see if there's anything new or exciting here, or, you know, recognition and all that. We do have the ability to turn on, you know, off dithering and particle effects and blur and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of cool. That could be a motion sickness stuff. We have a whole bunch of stuff here. So far as volumes that you can independently adjust. We play it in 4K. That's what defaulted. You've got autosave stuff, so just gameplay stuff. Nothing really particularly there of any kind. You got keybinds, which are always nice. Multiple language support, and all that. Yeah, no, it defaulted to it. As long as it runs smoothly, I don't mind keeping it. Most of the time when stuff's set to 4K, it messes with all my other windows because almost everything that's 4K full screen doesn't full screen windowed mode, but this one seemed to. Alright, and hey Proger, how's it going? So let's go ahead and check this out. Alright, so they have random generation for the universe, and we can adjust the number of stars. Obviously we're doing the most. Since I've not played before, we're gonna go ahead and keep everything on its defaults and just leave it the way it is. Okay, so it just lets me go into that, but I can't actually see, like, you can't switch planets or anything else. And you can hit random. So it seems we always start in whatever yellow star icon is, and just the galaxy gets spread out in random ways. It's also weird that there's detached ones, but I'm sure I'll understand that later. Okay.
The unknown, created in exploration. The seed evolves in iteration. From zero, transforming into infinity and beyond. It spreads and becomes the shadow of the galaxy.
Okay, so gonna be much pews. That's what I'm understanding here.
As dark fog rises, the stars dim. You will embark on a new journey.
What if I don't wanna? What if I wanna stay home? Alright. Oh, I was not actually expecting to be given a ship.
Welcome to the real universe. Very soon, you'll find this place different from our homeland. But you should be able to adapt to the laws of physics here in no time. I'm your advisor. I will assist you in completing this mission.
I don't think I actually have control of the ship right now. It's autopiloting.
Everything here belongs to you. As a member of the Cosmo, pioneer of the Dyson Sphere program, you will explore this cluster from ground zero. Make use of the resources available here to build a Dyson Sphere that supplies energy to the center brain to maintain homeland simulation. I've chosen a planet for the mission, and there are essential resources for the initial development. Now, Please pilot the space capsule toward this planet.
Okay. And we are actually doing a barrel roll. It is not an aileron roll, it is a barrel roll. Nicely done.
Unknown EM signals detected. Extracting feature variables. Comparing with database. Those are highly likely anomalous mechanical bodies from the Mechanic Energy Program. Engineers call them dark fog. Dark fog is extremely sensitive to EM signals under a regular pattern, so they may launch an assault on us. To stay low profile, we will land on the other side of this planet.
But there was a pretty. I wanted to go to the pretty. I was like, there's a pretty glowy thing. Let's go there. And they're like, no, 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 don't go over there. We're landing you. You can't be trusted.
This is Icarus, a very powerful but lightweight industrial mecha. Use the direction keys or click the right mouse button on the ground to move the mecha. In this mission,
One moment. Can I make the little bounce up and down go away? Because I very much am not cool with that. Planet Surface Shadow, Blur. Don't tell me we can't get rid of what's effectively head bob. Da 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 da. I guess we can't.
you'll control your mecha to navigate the universe and create miracles.
Why do you have head bob when my camera is this far away?
Now please try to disassemble the space capsule. Click the right mouse button to proceed. To collect resources like wood or gravel, click the right mouse button as well. In addition, you can hold Shift and click the right mouse button on each of your targets to give a series of commands.
Is it working? Okay, it's just real slow.
Some items are found after disassembling the space capsule. Click on the inventory button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open and check.
Oh, inventory is E. They really don't let you disable that?
You can hold the middle mouse button to rotate the camera, or scroll the mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
Real nice planet there. It'd be a real shame if someone crash landed and industrialized the whole place. It's less noticeable when you zoom out? Okay.
Construction menu is locked. Complete a technology research to unlock it. Click on the technology tree button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open the technology tree and start a research.
So wants me to make whatever those are. But how do I queue up the construction? I want... Oh, I see. This is just telling me how many I can make, and that's actually making them. Alright. Oh, I'm losing power. That feels like it's not a good thing. Did that stop crafting when I closed that? No, but now I'm apparently making 20 of them? I don't understand. Alright, here's some interesting. The mecha burns fuel to replenish energy. The energy is exhausted. All mecha's activities will be restricted. Okay, you've unlocked a new type of automatic mining machine. It performs automatic mining for you. Its capacity is limited, so you might want to automatically deliver ores to smelters. Okay.
You've obtained a mining machine. It automatically collects ores for you. You can select it in the inventory or in the construction menu, collecting section, to start building it.
So we go to the inventory. It took away my thing. We can go to the inventory. We're here. Oh, it just already gave me one.
Hold R to rotate the mining machine. The more veins it covers, the higher the output. To ignore grid snapping, hold Shift. Insufficient items. Click on the replicator button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open the replicator and manually replicate the required items. A wind turbine. You've now built your first power grid. Some power facilities don't have a power supply bridge, so you'll need to extend the power grid coverage with Tesla towers.
Oh, that extends
You
them?
built your first power transmission facility, a Tesla tower. It can help you transmit power wirelessly over a short range and extend the power grid coverage. Click on it.
Well,
to view more
that's fine.
details.
When it said Tesla Tower, I'm like, Tesla Tower. Very clearly that's going to be a defensive measure. Did not wait to get told. That's my problem. Okay. Oh, I see. Not enough items. Double click to open replicator. Produce one of you, one of you, one of you.
You have an unpowered production facility.
I
To
know.
make it run normally, place it within the power grid coverage and make sure power is supplied.
Alright, we're gonna combine them into one grid. Okay, so I've got all that going. Gotcha, so my power recharges when I'm in range as long as I'm not doing something. So that's a limitation they made it so you can't just handcraft everything. Upgrades? Gosh, okay. We can upgrade our energy shield if we consume matrices. We can increase our everything. Okay, so those are later me concerns. Technologies. So this is for making the matrices. Automatic metallurgy. Basic logistics. Basic assembly. Fluid. Whatever. All those seem to require the blue things we don't have. Okay, so let's just start at the top here. Yep, it's going to consume circuit boards and gears to give me stuff here. Let's do that. Did it automatically try and queue up what I need to make those? It would not appear so. So you need circuit boards, where you need 10 of them. I see. So I'm going to do 5 runs of this, which makes 2 each. So that should give me 10 circuit boards. So for gears, I get 1 to 1, so I need 10 production runs of this. And then that should manually research, and we can get that going. Right now, I'm just mining massive amounts of this. At least I think I am. How do I see.
Fuel is required for Mecha's every activity. When energy is exhausted, its action will be restricted. You can click on the Mecha panel button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open the Mecha panel and replenish the fuel chamber.
How? I apparently had to put it way over there. Okay.
You've obtained sorter and conveyor belt. Full automation is now possible. Use a conveyor belt to transport ores collected in the mining machine. The sorter will transport ores onto the conveyor belt into the arc smelter that will smelt them automatically.
But I don't have an arc smelter. Okay. I guess we look for an arc smelter. That. Okay. So let's look here. I'm gonna have to replicate more stuff. We need 10 circuit boards. And then I will need 3 of these. Yeah, I'll give me 1 extra. Alright. Oh, hell, Adam is an infant radioactive glory. Oh, good old Fallout. But yeah, so we're definitely gonna be learning this. I dislike that they do have this sort of head bob here. Like, you zoom out, it gets better. It's still very noticeable, but I would rather be closer to the ground where it's really rough. So it does kind of suck that I have to kind of choose between the 2 different situations there. So that is one negative I'd give the game right at the door. I don't mind that matches, but this would be a bad time for someone who deals with motion sickness. Alright, so we should be able to automate this. Let's start by putting this here.
You've built an arc smelter, which automatically produces basic materials such as iron ingots and copper ingots. However, to automatically feed in raw materials and feed out products, sorters and conveyor belts are required. The facility has no recipe designated. Please configure one for it. Once a recipe is configured, press less than key to copy the current recipe.
So that's an outfeed.
Will paste the same recipe to the next building.
Oh wait, I see. I had that backwards. Change the recipe.
Once a recipe is assigned, use less than key to copy the current recipe, and greater than key to paste the recipe to the next building.
It's really interesting choice of keys. That's fine. So that's an outbound, which is curious. I thought I could right click to make this go away. You told me right click was how I get rid of stuff.
The sorter is a connector that moves items between facilities. Simply bridge from a supplier facility to a receiver facility. Then the sorter will automatically transport the items.
That's fine and dandy. How do I make input? How do input make? I would like to make this not here, or this not here. I'm not picky. I'm willing to negotiate here.
Wrong connection type. Use a sorter. There are two types of facility ports: connection ports and bridge ports. Connection ports are only compatible with conveyor belts, while bridge ports are
Ah,
only
I
compatible with
see.
sorters.
So you choose it, you place it from one side to the other.
Facility. Try a sorter.
But how do I make you go away? I see copy build. There's got to be a way to remove a building, right? Dismantle. Okay, we found it. Alright, so let's... dismantle you. Good, it did give it back, because I actually went there from, I was like, wait a second, is that going to give it back to me? Alright, and we can go here. So you'll need a bunch of plates and gears. So let's get that going. Alright. And usually the way this works, early game, like these games work, is early game things will be rough. And then after you go a little while, a lot of it will get easier to handle. We got more of that in there. Don't underestimate plant fuel. Consume a bunch. Cool. You placed your first conveyor belt. Cool. It's just giving me milestones, I guess. How is the volume, by the way? It feels like it's loud to me, but I've had times where it's definitely feel like it's loud to me that it's just my headset got its stuff messed up. You think the volume is fine? Okay, not just my headset. Cool, cool. It's a little too loud on my side. Alright, so we already have the sorters. What I need is I need a couple of those. So we need to make the plates. I have those made. So I'll need 4 of these. Stone? Okay, I do have that. What are you missing? You need 4 and 4, and I have that. Oh, it's not telling me I don't have this stuff. Okay, I'm used to Factorio, where you can just click on your inventory and it'll produce it. I did not expect you to be this size.
You've built a depot for storing items. You can manually store items or use a sorter to automatically access items.
Too close. Cool. I just realized those aren't lined up, and that
If there
bothers me.
Isn't enough ground space? Make more efficient use of your space by stacking matrix slabs, depots, storage tanks, and splitters.
Alright, and we have this, which is 4 and 4, so we gotta replicate those. We've got plenty of that. I need to go in here and say I would like 4 of you. Then I can make another storage building as well. I keep wanting to unselect. This is, so basically I'm running into a lot of pain points because I've played a whole bunch of Factorio, and it reminds me a lot of that. So I'm finding myself immediately falling into habits from Factorio that aren't correct for this game, which is a me problem. Alright, so I need to make a bunch of conveyors. So we're good in some of those. Let's go ahead and say conveyors. Start by making 10 of those and see how that goes. Alright, so that should give us both the iron and the copper. Been meaning to check this game out? Yeah, it's my first time playing, so we're run to some pain points, mostly because I'm used to other games in this genre, and I'm having to adjust my working with it. Like, I'm sure we'll end up rebuilding a lot of this. I think it's trying to tell me I don't have enough power. So 6, 1, and 1, or 6, 1, and 3. So I'll need to make magnets, which require iron ore. So they definitely want me to move into a lot of this other stuff. Alright, so I need 3, and those are 2 for each of them. They've got 1 spare, so we do 1 round of those. And then from there we do 1 round of these. That should give me the start for what I need for the wind turbine. We need 1 gear and 6 plates, of which I have none of those. So we can go here and say I would like, we'll just hit 10. 10, it's fine. We'll end up getting an assembler so I don't have to pocket craft all this soon enough. Okay. Watching this just makes you want to install Space Engineers good and mod the heck out of it. Space Engineers is excellent. Okay, so what we can do now is grab our mech, drop that in there. That's fine. We can look at this. We've got that squared. We've got the gears squared, so I should be able to go here and say I would like one of you. Oh, I see. So there's a limit on how close the wind turbines can be to each other. You have to spread them out. I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. So you can't just have like one spot that's just your massive power generation. You gotta kind of blend it across. Okay, so that means those are running okay. Let's look at our next research. So we've got our logistics. We've got this. Electromagnetic matrix is how we make the matrix is there. Basic assembly is I think what I want next. So I'll do that. 10 gears, 10 circuit boards. We can go ahead and get that going. So I'll need 10 of each. I need copper plates. Did you make any circuit boards, or did we actually cancel it? Alright, so we've got 10 of those going. And then we also needed 10 gears, so we can go here and say I would like 10 of those. Alright, so that'll be good, because what we're going to be doing is taking these production lines and moving those over to, do assembly in some manner. Cool. Let's put the assembly over here, I guess. Right, so I can make gears, circuit boards, or the magnets. The magnets will be more of a pain to set up. The gears are straightforward. We can do that pretty easily, as their circuit boards. Okay. So where do I want to put you? And go ahead and put you over here. Then you need a bunch of this. Because then what we could do with this is we could take you, run you over here, grab the sorter, put you there. So I need plates and circuit boards there. Then we can go ahead and choose buildings. And you can produce gears. And I'll need to produce 4 of those. Then use that to make the storage building. Use this to make another of these. Okay, so I'll start producing the gears, so I don't need to do that manually anymore. Let's get another of these productions set up. That's gonna be gears, circuit boards, and plates. Did I already make the circuit boards? I did. And we've got the gears and we got the plates, so we can go over here and say, yes, I would like one of you. And we'll need to go here. Alright, we can go to our conveyor belts again. We can also go to our storage. I believe that requires more of these. Yeah, but so the idea is I want to try and start automating as much of this process so I don't have to constantly pop into our backpack to do it. Right, you also need that material. You're probably too close to that, aren't you? Nope, you're not. Okay, that works out. Alright, so that means I'll be making the gears and the circuit boards. Alright, so we're right at the edge of what our power grid can handle. So let's go here real fast and go to items, go to this. And I didn't see... How much ore do I have on me? 22? There we go. So we're going to make all the magnets we can towards making more of the solar arrays, because they're flickering just the tiniest bit. Alright, and so what we'll probably do next is I'll start moving the arc smelters this way, have the conveyor go up, and then have them drop in the box so we have more supplies. That's fine. The thing is, everything is now running. Okay. Alright, and let's chuck more organic fuel in ourselves. Just eat up all of nature. We are getting a planetary base threat is building up. So we're gonna figure out what combat is like in this. Alright, so we can have it start making buildings. So that's good. Okay. So I do think the first set of buildings we're going to have it start work. Well, we're just going to go through here. Which of these is the least complicated? Probably the conveyor belt. So it'll just be the metal plates and the gears. And you go with that. I don't know if I can build on water or not. We're going to find out. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put an assembler up here. Foundation required. I understand. So with that, we're going to scoot you on over here just a little bit. Come on. All right. So it'll automate that. We need to go to our Tesla towers and get those built. So we can go here, and I would say I want 10.
Now you can click the planet thumbnail button at the bottom left corner of the screen, or press M to enter planet view. In the planet view, you can hold the middle mouse button to rotate the camera. Hold the right mouse button to roll the camera. Press N to align the camera to the North Pole. In the planet view, scrolling the mouse wheel also enters the star map.
There we go, even farther out. Wait, loading the Milky Way? Hang on, wait a second. Is my understanding of the scale of this game a little bit off? It's not just like solar system. Well, the downside is I have to wait for it to load the entire Milky Way. Hey, pretty pictures. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. An extra 450 points going your way, but thank you so much for catching all those all those last streams. We do appreciate it. I also like that it says it's 86% and we're only about a third of the way through that bar. Gotcha. I think this is actually doing the procedural generation of our world, universe, whatever. You believe the Milky Way is like the leaderboard? You can compare your play to others? Gotcha. The load time in it's a little fierce. I'd assume with like a leaderboard, it would just have like immediate presentation of data. So I'm gonna let this run and just see what happens the first time. If it's interesting, we do it. It's weird that we just zoom out and it would do that. Okay. It is like a leaderboard that's needlessly complicated. Interesting. It's weird that, like, zooming out triggers that. Also, how do I... Okay, so hitting escape brings me back to my, armor customize. Oh. Oh no, don't give me this ability. Alright, we're closing that window before we spend the next 3-4 hours customizing every little pixel of our little robot. Yeah, we're just not gonna touch that window. I already know this will be design the mech stream. Oh, do you not have power? You do not. Okay, and our power grid is failing. So let's go ahead and deal with that next. I need more coils. Arts and crafts category time? Oh yeah. No, that's amazing though. Like, they actually have like a little editor for the actual model in the game. So it's like, that's a really cool feature, but also a very dangerous feature. Alright, so we got more power happening. Hey, it's just how's it going? Like, part of me wanted to actually put time into that, but it's like, man, I already know I will spend so much time. Well, the reason you do it is so you can have something that genuinely is your own. Like, back when I played Minecraft even just a little bit forever ago, I made a custom skin for my character and all that. Exceed a total energy consumption of 1 gigajoules. Heck yeah. Can I put that in there too? Excellent. Alright, so we've got that going. You need a storage container, so let's go ahead and get the storage containers going as well. You need more plates. Let's go here and say you will make 10 of those. Come on. Did I somehow cancel that by switching menus? Oh no, you're out of stone. I understand. No part of the environment may be spared. Alright, we can go here and say building, storage. Well, no, we'll need these all, so just go ahead and make those. Oh, are you tapped? Okay, so we need to make some adjustments here real fast. So what we could do is we should have another arc thing here. So put that there. We're going to have to reroute these conveyor belts a little bit. I'm curious what happens when I do this. Okay, so it does reroute it elegantly. That's good. So we can go here and say I would like you to make this. And then we can go down here real fast to you. You are literally not producing anything, so that doesn't do me any good at all. Alright. So let's go here. Take these apart. Do that. Get that wired up. Can I go from one conveyor belt to another? I can. Cool, and it has a bottleneck to it, so that'll actually help as well. Alright, so we're increasing our throughput on that. That's good. Do we need more power grid? No, we're good on power grid, right? Man, no we're not. We're still hitting load. Okay. Alright, I see you, game. I will just make an obnoxious amount of power. So you need... Right, we're out of metal plates. Hey, it's just on the 25 stream streak and all that good stuff. Thank you so much for that. They're just kind of watching that do its thing. I need our storage building over here. Then we could set you, so we start dropping off conveyors. Threats at 50%, so we should probably face our first attack soon. I mean, we are ultimately trying to build a Dyson sphere, so the game literally is about power consumption. Yep. Know any campfire songs? Consume at least 40 units of wood by burning it. Yes. We are showing the trees where they should be. Let's be honest. Is the shadowy groups darkening the stars really the enemy, or are we? Because we definitely landed here, and per almost all automation games said, "Hi nature, I would like you to not exist anymore. If you don't mind, I feel like we should go industrialization, and we are certainly going to go with coal as our immediate power. We have all this like super sci-fi amazing technology." I did, Darth. I did, in fact, shout out your 25 stream streak when I was doing the intro saying who was and wasn't here and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when it came down to the, like, at the beginning where it's like, here's who's there, I did mention it. So. And how we build a Dyson sphere, we will be shadowy thing in the sky. This plant will freeze and harness the star's energy. Yep. As it was meant to be. So the issue is we're not actually storing any of the plates, so I need more of the arc things. So those are gonna take the coils. It takes everything. That's the answer. It takes everything. So boom, make 10. You don't have what I need to do that. Make 10. Okay. When that's ready, we'll get those. We have the circuit boards and all that being made over here, so I don't need to make gears and whatnot. There you go. Alright, we'll expand this automation in time. That's the reason I'm not actually putting a lot of effort into the research right now, is at the moment with the research, I'm just trying to expand our automation in the meantime. And that'll be important enough for us. Oh yeah, and we have a new video for the Farm Sim Survivor Challenge we've been doing on YouTube. Went up, I believe, 2 days ago. So, no, it was yesterday. Either way, it went up recently. So, if people can click on that, you know, give feedback, that kind of stuff, you know, like, all those things. It does help with the visibility of it, which does help me, ultimately. So, you know, obviously, it's appreciated. Alright, so that's not what I need. Alright, so you need the metal plates. Oh, interesting. They actually were having a whole stockpile there. I guess they're bottlenecking because of these. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet what I'm going to end up needing to do is putting 3 sorters on this to spit those out as fast as possible. Let's test. Ah. Okay, I understand. So we're going to need to make a really big number of the sorters. So the bottleneck isn't even anything here. It's literally I just got to get them into the box faster. Okay. What do I need to make more sorters? Because we could do that while I go and figure out the automation. There, you're going to make 10. In the meantime, what do I actually need to manufacture? Circuit boards and plates. That should probably be doable. Can I actually take these past each other? I honestly don't know. Yeah, so it's blocked. Research-wise, so we have upgrade logistics, traffic monitor, splitter. Hey, Belinar, thank you so much for the raid. We're just learning some Dyson Sphere program, but welcome in, raiders. This is my first time playing it, so I am learning as we go. So that said, you know, try not to backseat and all that good stuff, but welcome in, raiders. I do hope you had a good time over there. You were playing Palworld, if I remember correctly. Am I remembering correctly? Yeah, so we can go ahead and get the electromagnetic matrices. And thank you for the hydrate. I'll get that here in a second. But yeah, so we're just learning. We only started not even an hour ago, figuring the game out. So I am brand new to it. I have played games in this genre playtimes before with Factorio and whatnot. But this is my first time with Dyson Sphere program. Let's see. Was it Power? I feel like it was Power. Yeah, it was Power World. I thought so. I hope you've been enjoying that. It looks solid. I've just, for me personally, I opted to like hold off on it, mostly just because the category has so many people in it right now that it's kind of rough. This game is 10 times better than Factorio, in your opinion? That is certainly a claim. I have no idea how true or otherwise it is, but that is a very significant claim. Because I have an absolutely absurd amount of time in Factorio. You looking for what Factorio is too? Awesome. I mean, if that's the way people stand, like that would, I could certainly go for a game that people are like, oh yeah, this is just hands down better, than a game I'm already like super into. Yeah, so this definitely seems to be a thing you gotta actually consider, is the number of sorters definitely seems to matter. Because like this one is continuously filling up versus once I added the other ones on here. I actually guess I don't need that many. So let's take you off, and let's do 2 and 2 and see how that works. I'm hoping you reach. So those reached much farther than I gave them credit for. Alright, one moment. Sorry about that. But yeah, for those who don't know, Belinar, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency team. Definitely someone to check out. Been playing a lot of Pal World, but also has played like Dyson Sphere Program, has played Terraria, has played a whole bunch of other games. So lots of indie games and whatnot. So if any of that's your jam, you can absolutely find it there. Sorry, did not mean to slurp into the mic. Didn't think that'd be that loud. Alright, so it looks like we've got our stuff stabilized here. I need to make more of the magnetic rings, but let's just go with a way of trying to automate that. Is launching an assault. Okay, so I did notice before that we do have like a defense fight mode or whatever you want to say. So let's just dump all this in here because I have no idea how much this is going to consume for our power. So let's just be ready to put this out here. But there was a button down here somewhere to activate like a defensive mode. And I'm also looking forward to Enshrouded.
Warning, a dark fog planetary base has launched an attack. Icarus is equipped with laser weapon module, which can automatically strike enemies within its range. Faster mecha power generation means a faster rate of fire. Fill the chamber with fuels and get ready to engage.
So I see there's a giant... Oh, okay. Alright, so this means we're gonna be...
Laser
okay.
weapon module consumes mecha's core energy for charging. More advanced fuel can increase the fuel chamber's power and the rate of fire of laser weapon module.
Gotcha. The other one I got for just walking over it. Okay, so basically you've got like an auto fire, which is kind of what I figured. I thought I was gonna have to like deploy into a defensive mode that'd keep me from moving. I didn't realize just we're gonna pop shots wherever we walked. But that's fine. I'm not happy with that. I imagine later on we'll get like actual defensive structures that will plop down, and then I don't have to worry about that area. Alright, so we got a bit more. We end up getting a lot of soil piles. So I'm curious if that'll let me like fill in the ground here. At the moment I don't have any options around that, but we'll see. Okay, so back to what we were doing, which is I needed to make more of the... Oh, actually I made the metal rings. And I need to make these. And we were going to make another production line of something, and I don't remember what the heck it was. Oh, right, it's gonna make a production line down here, but the issue was I need to, like, spaghetti this around in some way, because I need the circuit boards and the plates. And where, like, Factorio, you would just go out of your way to build wide so that you can move stuff around, or make your mall or whatever. We're still learning a bunch of this. And I'm trying to actually catch up my research now, so these are all requiring those things. I assume the blue things are just their equivalent of science. Just a generic, you use this for research stuff. That looks like exactly what it is. Okay. So in the meantime, we just need to expand our automation to where we can make the blue stuff automatically, so I don't have to deal with that out of pocket. Now what I didn't figure out is, can I take stuff... So I cannot take it across lines. Kind of what I figured. That's fine. So then I've got this here, and I've got that. I didn't leave myself a space in between here, which I kind of figured was going to be a problem I'd run into. So I could, one, spaghetti this thing the whole way around, and then make more assembly here, which then corners that, which I don't know if we'll ever need to worry about. But, that is what it is. I'm assuming at some point we'll get some type of thing that you can skip over conveyor belts or something like that. That's what I was actually looking at when people popped in here. I was like, okay, do I see... There's logistics. Okay, so we have logistics bots. Gotcha. So the idea is you don't necessarily get a thing that like lets you put a conveyor belt over another conveyor belt. You get a bot that can move stuff between locations. Alright, that's fine. In the meantime, though, we need to... Actually, we might be able to make this work just fine. This will be a bit of a janky way to... Oh, I just don't have more of those made. That's fine. I have everything I need. Make 10. We also, I believe, need more power soon. So we go here and go ahead and make 10. Alright. So we're definitely going to have to rearrange a lot of this. But what I'm hoping here is that we can do awful things that'll upset people and just make this work. What the heck are you making? Oh, you're making the sorters. That was right. And we go with the process of good enough. Alright, so it looks like I need more arc furnaces. No, I don't need more arc furnaces. You just need our sorter to help you move that faster. Alright, you need another one to make this move faster. Why are you not doing anything? It's interesting that it seems to be prioritizing that lane over this lane, not splitting it. Which is fine, but a curiosity nonetheless. Well, here's a question. Those seem to allow me to do some pretty flexible stuff. Let's detach that and see how much of an angle I can put a sword, because I can see deflection too much. Okay, so they can actually go at diagonals, but they have a limit on how far. That's good to know. We could just knock out one of these. Alright, so reduce the throughput of this. So that'll be one thing we need to figure out. So I'll ultimately probably want to move these onto a belt like we've got over here, and then pull from the belt to go to the various points, as opposed to dumping it all in the container, because it seems like that ends up having bottleneck problems, and it'll be less flexible. But the point is, I don't actually care as long as it's actually producing something. Because we're effectively almost making a mall at the moment. Alright, so we've got that done. So the next building on the order of operations is, let's go ahead and see if we can't get some of these other ones. So I've got everything I need to make the assemblers, the plates, gears, and circuit boards. But do I have a way I can get advantage to it? So I can put one here, and that gets us access to the gears and the circuit boards, and the plates I'll have to bring the whole way around. Oh, can I make these cross each other? I probably need a thing to test with. Okay, we could just do this. It doesn't seem to get mad at the idea of them crossing, it's just mad at the distance. Which is still good information to know. Yeah, so we're gonna be full spaghetti factory right now, because we don't know enough to give ourselves what we need to not spaghettify it. Alright, so we needed the sorters, so let's go grab those. Alright. Try there. And go put storage down here. And I don't even remember what we were making with that. That's what we're making. So we're making it so I can make assemblers. Cool. So I've got assembler production going on there. None of this is particularly well set up. We'll definitely end up having to later take this spaghetti nonsense and, like, you know, expand it out where I'll have like an area dedicated for making just one type of part and then moving it around and stuff like that. But that's typical something you do when you're learning these games. Like, I don't know what are not going to be our pain points. Oh, that's right. I'm going to need another assembler over here. At least I believe it's an assembler. Just plug that down there. And then we're just going to pull right from that to this. To make... Oh, you can't... Oh, you don't make the metal ring. Okay. It's not you, right? So we can go here. Oh. You need those. All right, so let's figure out what we need to make the coil rings or whatever they are for making power, because that's going to be a pain point for us. How is the copper doing? It is doing well. The iron is struggling in a big way, which is why I want to get the arc furnaces going more. And go here. Right on up. There, right on down. And it was copy. So we're massively increasing our production. Good chances outrun the miner. But that's, you can sit down and do all the math for it. Some stuff in these kind of games I will do the math for it and figure out, it's like, okay, this many buildings to that many that buildings is what's required to make it happen. Does games mechanics count as backseating? I feel like that's a depends. Because you run into situations where, you know, it kind of hits a gray area on that one. So it's kind of like how revealing of the game and how it works is the game mechanic kind of thing is the real question there. It's a belt mechanic? Sure. You can go for it. I think that's fine. Alright. Because I'm assuming it's a thing where I could sit there and instead of having this, have it go to a second belt and turn in on that stuff. We're not messing with any of those optimizations yet because we don't really know much of anything about anything yet. So we're figuring that out. When belts hit the up arrow, it elevates the belt. When belts hit the... Oh, you're saying like literally I can go like this. Ah, okay. Awesome. Because the game, I don't believe, gave me that, so I was like, oh, I guess I just can't go over there. Okay, so that means I could do a lot less annoying builds with this. Okay. Cool, thanks. Yeah, that one's fine. It's just like a lot of times if people are like, you know, is game mechanics spoiled? It's like, maybe? It really depends. Alright, so we've got our assemblers are being produced. Next up on the list. Yeah, no, I figured with the up arrow, the down arrow would be reverse. Alright, so we've got the assemblers being produced. We have the Matrix Lab, so we're making those. We're not making our power stuff because I don't know where I build the, So we've got that, we've got that, we've got this, we've got that. So I think it's time to make this. That's going to require more coils. Actually, what we need to do, so we've got copper up here. Copper's not that big a deal for us right now. Okay, we've got our iron vein and our coal vein up here. Alright, we'll get that going. And then we'll get this going. And then get this going. So build that one there. Now in there. Alright, that's a very inefficient setup. But just gonna deplete all of its materials anyways. So don't really care that much. So I don't know what the range is on that. Okay, so we've got those set up. No, we're getting more conveyor than that. Alright, so we'll get all the conveyors wired up. Start bringing it over to this side.
When building a conveyor belt, confirm its starting point and end point. Use up arrow to raise the conveyor belt one level. Use
Thanks,
down
game.
arrow to lower the conveyor belt one level if it has been raised. Press keypad 0 to reset the conveyor belt to ground level. To avoid the conveyor belt snapping to a building, try holding shift.
I appreciate you with the timely manner of that instructions, as I've been using conveyor belts for a while now. This would be a very inefficient design, by the way. Alright. But the way I look at it is what we're going to end up doing with this design is ultimately it's going to go away at some point when those run dry. So it's not going to be like when I go to set up like an actual mall down the road where I'm going to want to go out of my way to make it as efficient as possible. Right now it's just like, nah, just ram that in there, it's fine. All right. But yeah, so we got that all built up there. So you can just start draining that of all of its resources to fill out the gap in what we've got. Okay. I was about to say, like, excuse me? And I assume these things have fairly limited range. I can't just, like, walk on the other side of the map and expect it to keep building for me. Maybe it's the thing down the road we get is where instead of using my own drones, it'll be, like, planet drones or whatever. Okay. So, we've got all those set up. How's the power grid doing? Honestly, it's doing pretty okay. I was expecting that to, like, really not be doing good, but no, that's holding up just fine. Okay, so now I've got... Oh. Never mind. It's not holding up fine. I'm looking at this wrong. It's the opposite of okay. It's actually really bad, which is what I was expecting. So, yay for meeting expectations, I guess? Okay. Alright, we're almost making enough power. But you know, almost enough power is definitely the same as enough power. Okay, so we'll just let these run. Alright, so definitely going across the water consumes way more power than walking, for future reference. Yeah, alright, so the existing belt takes priority of belts trying to force their way onto it. No problem, that's just information I can put to use. Alright, so we can go here. Go to the metal ring things. I need to figure out where I can make these. Because it didn't look like the assemblers do it. Because I'd like to get that set up, because then with that we can start worrying about making it where I can expand the power grid, make more of the arc furnaces and all that automatically. Because that's what you can probably figure out I'm trying to do right now, is I'm trying to make my factory make my factory. Alright, so we've got all that being made. So we can go here. I've got a matrix lab we can build, that's one good thing. We should go... It's fine, we'll save 5. Alright, so I've got all that going. So, matrix lab, you need what?
Matrix Lab, a facility to produce matrices. It can also be used to research technologies that are unlocked with matrices. Matrices are the source codes to maintain the center brain simulation of a homeland. You can
Okay,
upload
so it's
as many
computer chips
matrices
in
to the
those.
center brain to run its simulation and unlock more technologies in the real
Oh,
world.
you didn't play the early access for this game? Rather surprising, enjoying so far? I briefly touched it, like, by briefly I mean like 10-15 minutes, and went, oh, I don't have the time to learn this, and just never got back to it. Because those ones, like, oh, I could definitely see myself getting into it, but right now, you know, it's kind of like, I was like, I don't have the time to tackle this. Is pretty much where that was. Okay, so I am seeing that these create a throughput problem. So yeah, we can just go this way, then now it flows through. Means that's redundant. Yeah, I'll probably end up using splitters and all that there. Like I said, this area down here will probably all get ripped out eventually. I think this is fine here. Like, it'll probably need to be redesigned as we learn more. But for the time being, it's okay. How are you doing in power, by the way? You're still not quite where I need you to be. Have we finally built these other things to see, like... No, you're still going, aren't you? Because I want to build these to try and figure out what the heck building I use to manufacture the magnetic rings. I suspect it is a arc furnace. They'll use the arc furnace and get that stuff. Have you ever tried City Skylines 2? Yeah. When are you gonna play SnowRunner? I played that yesterday. More than likely, it'll probably be no, actually, it won't be tomorrow for SnowRunner because Little Guardsman's releasing. So probably the day after that. Yeah, tomorrow's Tuesday. So yeah, probably Wednesday my time. Have I tried City Skylines 2? I have. My issue was when I played it, it was blue screening the entire computer. And it was only exclusively City Skylines 2, and it was a known issue, something with the autosave. And I haven't gone back to it since then. I really enjoyed it when I did play it, but it was for me streaming it. I couldn't keep streaming it because when your entire stream gets ended on Twitch, like just blue screens, the whole thing gets ended, it is extremely bad for you as a content creator when it comes to like numbers and everything. Because people lurking and all that get left behind and everything, so it's probably better now. I even debated giving it our go, but it very genuinely just the worry of that, like having a stream get blue screened out, is very much a thing that will have a chilling effect for you wanting to take the risk. Are you out of things to burn? Man, you use a lot of fuel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, I enjoyed it. I think the other reason I hesitated to go back after I've made a bunch of changes on my computer that might help now. There's been a bunch of updates to the game. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that would probably mean it's fine to play. But the big thing that still gave me hesitation was I looked at the category, and City Skylines 2 as a category, last I looked, was like... when I looked the other night, there was like literally no one playing at all of Twitch. Like, it was completely an empty category. Which is a pretty big bummer, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand a lot of people have a lot of complaints about it, but where a lot of people are like, oh, it's missing so much content, like, them moving the entire modding thing onto their own separate thing from Steam, I get why people do that. I don't like it either. But like I've seen groups do a good job of that and bad job. I'd say right now I'm pretty unimpressed by the way City Skylines 2 modding scene has worked. Yeah. No, it is a thing. Like I enjoyed it when I played, and it's like you had people complain, it's like, oh well, it doesn't have all the features of the original with all the DLC. I'm like, well, on the other hand, it has a bunch of features that the original does not have at all. And honestly, a bunch of the features that got ditched, I honestly don't mind. Like the airport DLC's content, I'm glad is gone, because I actively felt the airport DLC was bad. Versus I liked a lot of the other DLC. That was just kind of the outlier. That was like, not a big fan of that one. But I liked it. From what I did play, I liked it. It was just, unfortunately for me, with it crashing that much is a problem. And I know they were running into some pretty bad performance issues as well, which I'm sure didn't help their situation at all. They haven't released the modding tools yet. And they're going for their own mod site. Yep. Yeah, that's a weird choice to me that they go for their own mod site. So I'm hoping you have the rings? You do. Sure, I'm gonna need at least 2 of these. Let's go ahead and just preempt that. We can add a tower over here. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Yeah, I think the delay on the modding tools is hurting them. I think some of the choices they made with their launch are ultimately hurting them, where, you know, there could certainly be discussion, should it, should it not, and there's plenty to say there. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna say pull some of these in here. We're gonna change this from being an inline chest to a buffer chest. That way, basically, if there's a surplus, it starts going in here. If there's a shortage, we start moving stuff off of here into the system. Well, modding works fine in CS1. So, if she'll change it... Sure. Nah, I mean, that happens. I'm curious why they went with their own modding tools. Like, that is very genuinely the one that, like, you know, I wish I could sit down at the desk and be like, no, seriously. Like, it's fine that you did this. I just want to understand your motivations. Okay. So with this, we can now make both of our power things. We can make the arc smelter, and we can make this, you know, the matrices. So for this, you'll need the plates. That you need the plates and the gears. Then you need a bunch of stuff. Okay, so let's not put that there. We'll move those over with the rest of the stuff. You can see this game? Yeah, it's in the same vein as Factorio. It's an automation logistics game. People have been speaking very highly of it. Alright, so we'll make you... Oh, right, I still need to combine that with copper, don't I? That's copper plate in that. The copper plate's down there. We can make this work pretty easily, though. The antagonist, you see at the top left, is very good at the game. Yeah. I haven't decided yet on that stuff. I have made the comment in the past that I do find for a lot of the factory-style games that I ultimately feel like they add combat, and then you have to sit there and go, alright, I hear you, but why? Oh, right, these just go over top of that. And I'll probably have to rearrange that as well. And we can go over here and put down an assembler. We'll put it on this side, actually. And you can put a storage unit right over here. That has the coils. We need our power thing. Okay, so that gives us our coils that we need for this. In this one, it's competition for resource. Very much independent thought versus hive mind. You'll send something to help potentially with the blue screen issue. Let's see if it's one of the many things I saw before. Oh no, if you just Googled it. That's not at all what I'm talking, Strider. We're talking blue screen of death, crashing the computer. Like, if it was just the game crashing, I would have kept playing it. Because, like, the game crashing, okay, you just reboot, just make sure you save often. This is, it was completely taking out windows and everything, like looking at the reboot screen, which is the only reason it was like an absolutely could not continue playing. But yeah, and in the future, just Googling and sending a troubleshooting thing. To give you an idea, I spent probably 10, 12 plus hours trying to troubleshoot it because I really wanted to play. It recommended, say... Yeah, no, it's a non-starter for me. If I have to manually remember to save, it's not gonna happen. I appreciate you're trying to help, but no, I've already made peace that I missed the window. for that game being particularly relevant until they get an update or whatever. It is what it is. Has he ever gotten into factory style games? But that's because every time I watch someone play, I don't know what is happening. Oh yeah, that is a real problem with these games. It's like if you watch right from the beginning, they're not that hard to grasp. But if you catch anywhere later on where you got like layers and layers and layers and layers added, then that's the nature of what makes these games so fascinating. Is you start with what's relatively a simple game, but each time you add a layer, it gets more and more involved. So independent pieces of the game are still simple, but then, you know, the monstrosity you're looking at on the other side is not. Now, like I said, I do appreciate it, but yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I'm not happy you sent me that or anything like that, but it is one of those things that I did spend a very significant amount of time trying to get it to work. Alright, so what I'm trying to do is set this up. So again, that could be a buffer chest. We're gonna need more of those, so we're gonna just weave that over there.
Abnormal dark fog signals detected. A significant statistical correlation exists between the density of these signals and our power consumption. On this planet, dark fog is monitoring our energy fluctuations to determine how much threat we pose to them. When this threat peaks, they may launch an attack. The upper left corner of the screen shows the cumulative threat.
We've already done an attack and fought and everything. Hey, AI, get your tutorials caught up, buddy. You're way, way, way behind. We'll actually get to see if there's a limited range. I wanna see if I just keep working on over here if our bots will go all the way over there to deal with it. I don't think they will. I'm assuming they have a limited range, but we don't know, and then, you know, now is a way to find out. Okay, so we could try dropping. Well, we'll drop that down elsewhere. Okay, so we've got that. So the next thing to do would be getting the wind turbine, which is gears, and plates and all that. That should be very doable. Yeah, because we can change this to go straight across and pull from the belt as well. Yeah, so let's do that. So I can put you here. You can have one that goes directly from there. I'm gonna reroute these belts. Pick that up. Move the sword like that. Move the sword like this. Grab these belts. Bring it right down here. I can't do it. Okay, I mean, I guess I just keep going farther and farther. It's just the inefficiency of going that far. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, no, I definitely am not one who has much patience for when modding gets like really involved just to like make it work. I have a very strong stance of if I'm spending more time modding my game than playing my game, I'm not interested in playing it anymore. Like, I'm down to mod, but there's a very, very, you know, big line in the sand there on the whole math equation on that. So let that run for a minute. You need a... What are you missing? Why are you not doing it? Oh, right. You're just... You're not getting anything through because we're still waiting on this conveyor belt to be done. Alright. The unmax storing gives you 99% there, but the last 1% to go running without problems. Yeah. Well, that was, like, it was a reoccurring thing. I mean, it still is a reoccurring thing. They'll have people suggest, like, big, grand, sweeping mods, and I've had so many times I've been promised that, oh no, you don't need to worry. This mod works without any issues. Don't worry about it. And then I'll play the mod, and then it ends up having crashing problems or soft locking or whatever. And I'll be like, oh yeah, I ran into problems when I ran that mod a couple of times. Eventually I figured out, I'm like, that's not what you told me. You said it was fine. I didn't need to worry about it. That and, oh yeah, I managed to troubleshoot it until it worked is a very different statement. Can we do math equation that hurts my brain? Math is bad for... What are you talking about? You can sit here and do the math if you want. I don't usually bother in a lot of these games. Like, there's times where I'll get to, like, late game where I'll sit there and be like, okay, the input is, this one, I put in this much ore, and it outputs this much, and so if the output is this much, I need 3 of these to equal the input of the next. Like, I've done that before in games. But honestly, these games have taught me to not care. That very genuinely, if something isn't making enough what you do, you just make more. That you can spend the time to min-max it if it makes your brain happy, do it. Like, that is very much in line with the way to play these games. But I usually take, like, the ham-fisted way of going, oh, I don't have enough, I don't have enough iron plates. Okay, make more iron plates. Oh, I don't have enough of these? Make more of these. Because almost all of them will have some resource that either slows down or, like, the rate it produces changes based on some mechanic or another. And the moment you get into that kind of stuff, you suddenly have to, like, redo your entire setup. I'm like, or, hear me out, I could just smash it all together and go, good enough. It's perfect. Okay, so you need circuits and those. We can make that happen by just going over here, and you're already in line, so you can slap that right in there. I see. We can fix that too. Excellent. I assume our power consumption is upsetting right now? How are you doing? Not even close. Perfect, because I can just go right here and go with the strategy of, but what if more? Oh, we got ore up there. All right. Can these go in the water, by the way? No, foundation required. That's fine. Just building everything out into a giant literal power grid. All right. Yeah, no, these are, this is a style of wind turbine. You actually have these in real life too, where instead of having the big blades that go around, it's on a spiral. They're far more efficient for land, like land usage kind of thing. But now, our power is solidly in the green. Heck yeah. Okay, so I believe we're making all these. So now it's time to look into what we're making next. So we can work into making steel. What do? We can start moving into coal. We can make materials I don't know what we use for. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna go down this this entire area here. We're not gonna worry. We're just gonna start from left to right. We're not gonna put a whole lot into this. All right. So you are supposedly producing things. Oh, I thought this was like a science lab in like Factorio where it does the actual research. That's not how it works. Apparently we still are doing the research ourselves in our pocket. But it does make the materials that we then use for the research. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is you can pocket research, is what we've done to this point. It was the fact that I thought this thing was like an actual research building. But it makes the material for research. Oh! Oh, you just need 2 labs? Okay, I mean, we could do that. Oh, I need glass to do that. We don't know how to make glass yet. We'll get there. Alright, so it looks like our iron plates are keeping up fine. Our copper is keeping up fine, maybe? Yeah, our copper appears to be keeping up fine, so we're good there. Our circuit boards are circuit boarding. Yeah, they seem to be doing okay for right now. I haven't seen any like major stone deposits to like put a miner on for the stone. I'm assuming we'll find something like a quarry or something like that. We've got coal down there. We've got coal over here as well. It might be worth us starting to buffer coal. Just like chuck it in a box for later. I think that's about the best we're gonna get for right now. So right now we'll just do this. Just to get coal moving until we have later. What are you? Crude oil. Okay, good to know. If you could shift and use the arrow keys to turn miners. Gotcha. Alright, how are you doing? And how are our coil stuff going? That's going fine. That's where we moved from inline chest here to a buffer chest. So for those who don't know how this works, basically as long as this conveyor belt is filled up past this point, it should start just pulling these off regularly and pulling them into this. If at any point this starts to empty out, it will start to then put them back on. Sometimes they're not fast enough so far as they're on-off to work, that they create a problem, but there's ways to work around that, i.e. make multiple of them, stuff like that. And that's not necessarily, I don't know how that works for Dyson Sphere, but that's for this genre. That's a very typical strategy. As opposed to inline chest, which is like this one is here, where it goes into the chest and then on to the next thing, which means we do have the bottleneck of however fast these are. Versus this would be more in line with what that one is, where we're going past it. Yay, fluid encapsulation. Woo. I don't know what we need fluids for yet in the game, but we'll go ahead and do high efficiency plasma control. Neat. Did we get any new buildings we care about? The storage tank for larger capacity containing fluids than a depot. Dismantling a tank will destroy the fluid stored within. Cool, I have nothing that uses fluids yet, but that's neat. I'm sure we'll get there sooner or later. Alright, so we aren't making the arc smelters, so I can set up that production line in the meantime. And what did I need for arc smelters? Ah, that's the reason I didn't bother automating it. We don't have the thing, like, I don't have a source of stone to make the things that I can renew forever. Right now I just got these rocks that were running around and just smashing. Whereas sooner or later we'll find, like, stone that we could just mine, probably like the copper. I'm assuming, at least. I actually don't know. We might get, like, a quarry or something that we can drill into the planet or something like that. You know, to make sure we properly have a long-term impact on our environment. And your bottleneck is the magnetic coils. And the magnetic coils are struggling because they're just not manufacturing fast enough. And they're not manufacturing fast enough just in general. Ah, you need another sorter. The sorter's not keeping up. Alright, well, it's going twice as fast now, but still struggling to keep up. You can see it has, like, a momentary pause where it's not running. So it's like 1, 2, pause, 1, 2, pause. So it does look like track length ends up being important. We can actually fix this one pretty easy. And just grab you, bring you over here. Excellent. It is now running at full speed. So see how that does. Alright, so now at least some are getting by to start powering up the research building again. Okay, so it does seem like that is going to be one of those materials that we're probably going to bottleneck on, that I'm probably going to have to make a whole heck of a lot of. But that's fine. With that said, let's take a little walk around and see if we can find any other interesting material patches we've not run into yet. We do have what looks like, I can't tell if that's coal or iron or something like that over there. Are you stone? I believe that is stone. Alright, so we gotta go all the way down here to set up that automation, but that's doable. Do I have everything I need to make those drills in my pocket? I do. Good enough for now. Just like before, I'm just going to shove a storage container right next to it. I'm going to realize that I don't have this. Can I just... This might actually work just fine. Here, we can just move you. It's kind of a shame that they don't let you just, like, shove that directly in there without having to add the extra steps. It's fine, I get why it works the way it does, but would be kind of nice. So do they do the thing? Okay. I was curious if they did the thing that Factorio does when it comes to power, where you can, like, hold the button and to, like, fill in the gaps of what you need to hook up the grid. But with that, that should give me a source for stone. And with stone, that gives me a source of the stuff that I can make those plates, that I could then make the arc smelters and whatnot there. So we can get that all set up. But first of all, I'm out of conveyor belts, so let's go get more conveyor belts. And I also need more of the power towers. Okay, everything else is fine. Alright, so our gears are no longer keeping up. It's not delayed in production here. It does look like there's a delay in production on emptying the building out. Alright, so probably have to expand our gear production. We'll worry about that in a minute. A lot of that's because we're running into stuff where, just like material-wise, we're just manufacturing a ton of it. But realistically, it's not going to be that big of an issue for us in the long run. I refer to the coal phase where you feed Icarus coal as the coal cookie phase. Okay. Alright, so let's just get the stone over here somewhere. You can put a buffer over there. Just drag it by conveyor belt over to this area. And then we can go and get whatever we need for the arc smelters built over there. I forgot, the conveyor belts are, like, actually pretty good about being routed ridiculous distances. Okay, so that's that part. Now what I don't know is which building I need to make the next piece, because it could be the arc smelter and it could be that. So let's make the arc smelter real fast. Okay, so it is the arc smelter, so let's go here, and for the moment let's run that up here. We can close you. We will put down the arc smelter here. Then connect a sorter. Choose the plates. And that'll let us get the storage building as well as the other one. So let's go, and for right now, we'll put a storage just right. That's too close. It won't let me do that. Put a storage building over here. I'm sure I'm going to end up getting rid of this in like 10 seconds when I don't have the capacity I need to do this. Why are you fighting me on this? High efficiency plasma. Cool. I have no idea if I care about that. Electromagnetic drive. Yay! More research. Alright, so that'll get those going. And so the things we're going to... Oh, wireless power tower. Is a remote transmission facility that could draw electricity from the power grid and charge the mecha. Ah, okay, interesting. So the idea is I could use this as a place to run to and then just recharge the mech without burning fuel on the mech. Okay, because it's like, I was sitting there for a while going, man, this is really convenient to have to power this mech manually so much. And that's fine. Yeah, so one of these will be storage, and then the other one will be the arc thing. Okay, so you need glass, or whatever that is, prisms. So you need prisms, you need this. We're not ready for either of those. What I do need is... you can be the arc smelter, and you can be the storage unit. So you just need steel plates, or not steel, the iron plates. That should be easy enough. I believe these are my iron plates here. Which is nowhere near enough capacity for this. But we should be getting the, yeah, it should be getting pretty close to the point where we'll be able to switch to using splitters and
Production
mergers.
facility has stopped running. If it's not due to a power failure, check if products overflow, or if there aren't enough raw materials. These may cause facilities to fail. Plan your factory in a reasonable manner, and balance production and consumption to ensure orderly operation.
Cool, man. That's fine and all. I was literally already working on it, but that's fine. Oh, here, we're gonna have to go like this. Get rid of that. Get that out of my way. I'm trying to do things. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to take 2 seconds, just wiggle this around just a little bit. And that's going to happen from here, is once that happens. Bots? Where are the bots? Cool. So that should massively increase the throughput. And then from there, we can go down here and say, yep. Uh-huh. You need the plates, I remember. You do need the plates. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. So I need to take those. Around there. So I've got both those all connected up. So that'll make storage units. Of which I will need a storage unit for our storage units. That's fine, we can just go like that. Put that there as well. I'll need to go over here to wherever we have our sorters now, which is somewhere around here. Where do I have them? There they are. Alright. Let's grab a stack of those. And go down here, grab those. Okay, so you've got where you're going to get the first two, and we need to get the circuit boards and then the coils. And the coils are right here, so that's nice and easy for us to make that happen. We will just take you, drop that right over here. So that's the coils going over there. And last, we just need the circuit boards, which are over here somewhere. That's where they are. Which are buffering in this chest. So let's get some serious spaghetti going on.
Your vein is almost depleted. Ore reserves in each vein is limited. Once exhausted, the supply of raw ores can no longer be guaranteed, which will adversely impact production lines. Exploit new veins for replacement.
Okay.
Additionally, upgrade vein utilization to reduce ore loss during mining operation.
So it's saying that we're nearly depleted. I'm assuming it means an individual node that it's connected to is almost done. Which is okay, because we've been already going out of our way to expand our production a great deal. Okay, you need glass. We haven't figured that out. What did that even give us? Oh, it just lets me use coal. Sure. Oh, and you need power. And that needs materials we don't have yet. So yeah, it looks like the next big material we need is glass. Because we have the glass that we use to make the prism and whatnot. We are still putting down the conveyor belt for all of the stone stuff way out here. Glass from stone. We'll figure it out. Please don't just tell me how to do it though, in the future. Trying to avoid the backseating. Because this is one of those things I like to kind of figure it out as we go. Because one, that gives you an authentic experience for a lot of these games that, you know, while there's a certain negative about getting, like, having the creator be, like, stuck in a game and whatnot. You know, I'll ask help if I get properly stuck. But it's also one of those things that, you know, when people play the game, it's a very different experience from playing on your own where you gotta figure it out, versus, like, going and watching a stream to learn how to play the game or having to pull up the wiki page. Stuff like that. So yeah. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. I'd be, like, that surprises me. With what's clearly sand in the ground here, I'm surprised there isn't a, you have to get sand and make that into glass. Alright. So get the last of this so we can get the stone moving over here. You've unlocked the engine. A simple engine can provide stable output power, assembling all types of aircraft. Cool. Weapon systems. Ah, so I'll be getting our first actual defenses will be the weapon systems. Oh, do I not have you set up? Hey. Yeah, so it's going in and out at the same speed. Are you buffering in there? You're going about the same speed. Okay. I was seeing if I needed to add an extra one on there, but that's fine. We've got the stone moving all across the map. The coal we don't have a use for, but we're grabbing in advance since certainly we are going to use it. And it's going to be rad all the way over to the far side over here and put to use. And everything here is just waiting on that stone. And that gets the arc furnace and all that. Is there any other buildings here? Other than the miner, I don't think there's any others we don't have automated that we particularly care about for the moment. How's our power doing? We are ever so slightly managing to stay power balanced. But that's okay, because I have a solution for that problem. Because I have more than enough power to start gridding out this whole planet. I'm sure we're just going to find a better form of power soon that they won't make these irrelevant, but it'll be one of those things that I could build a bajillion of these, or, you know, make something way more efficient.
You've unlocked the weapon system. Icarus can now use ammo. Press C to open the mecha panel. Load the magazine and activate it. Use ammo to protect both yourself and the base when dark fog strikes.
All right. I also have a feeling I'm overproducing a lot of these buildings. Okay. I am definitely making way too many of these for the phase of the game we're in. Who needs other towers to, you know, extend your power grid when you could just, you know, bury your entire planet in nothing but an endless grid of wind turbines? Now it's not placed right. Like, at the moment, I don't see a reason to just keep them in my inventory, so... Small factory. All right. Just, we are literally covering a reasonable percentage of this planet with just a field of wind turbines. So how is our power grid now? What do you mean I'm only, like, utilizing a third of my power production? All right. So you have 8 units coming. The last time we only had 4 or 6 or something like that, which doesn't surprise me. That's not all where it's telling me that symbol's coming from. All right. think it's better than the opposite where you constantly run out? Yeah. Wait a second. Your icon was over here. You've deceived me.
A building has been destroyed by dark fog. Engineer, hold the left mouse button on the gray hologram to instantly reconstruct it. Ensure the corresponding items are available in your inventory.
They are not.
Alternatively, you
There
can
we
press
go.
X to completely dismantle it.
Yeah, no, I figured it was going to keep escalating. That's usually the way all these games work, is they have some type of thing that's your escalation mechanic, where it's pollution or whatever. Okay, so it does appear that we have now reached the point that our arc smelter for copper is no longer adequate. Which is not even remotely surprising. So we're going to go ahead and have to deal with that. So I think the way we're going to sort that out is, first of all, we put a new conveyor line up here. They can feed out into that. Alright, and that's that, so you can go to your production here. Alright, so a massive increase in production on the copper line. That needs to change as well. Alright, for right now, take this one off. So that one will continue to go over here, feeding just the circuit boards. That's fine. And then these ones, I'll go feed that. Okay. So turrets require all the things. I think that's really nearly the same requirements as the arc smelters, with the exception of we need gears instead of the stone stuff. Give me all of you. Alright, so this one has a bottleneck emptying itself, so let's just do this. This. That won't fit. Alright, cool. So that's now catching up. Okay, so I need another assembler for my defensive measures. That's fine. We should have most of the materials pretty close to here, because that's the circuit boards, that's the iron plates. That's 3 of the 4 materials right there, and the only one we're missing is the gears, which I believe are right up here. So that's very doable. We can just grab you, plunk you down right here, as close as we can get to those conveyors, I think. Because then what we can do is go sorter. Oh, like that there, that there, that there. You now make guns. You will need gears, which are over here. So you can probably just route around to that. Yeah, I'll think, because you need 2 spaces to go up and over. Ah, that'll work. All right. Go here and put the storage next to it. I think you're good. We'll check. Alright, so that'll give us the guns themselves. Now, it mentioned the ammunition. And the ammunition requires what? Just copper plates right up? That's easy. Especially since we just expanded our copper plate production. Alright, we're gonna set to rerouting some of the spaghetti to make it not spaghetti pretty soon. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is I do not have a clue how much we're gonna need for production here. Start with that for right now. Realistically, I'm probably gonna need more. Alright, so we've got that making bullets. So let's go figure out where... Oh. We're going to figure out where they were making damage, and we're going to start trying to put defenses up there. So I think we'll put a couple guns up here. We've got our mining operation up here. We'll put some guns over there. And the goal here is to make it so that I don't have to manually intervene on every fight. Wait. That's not the right building. Excuse me. I'm gonna need to go into your settings real fast and change that real fast. There you go. Cool. I also have no idea if they will stop and fight whatever I put in front of them, or if it's one of those things that they will attempt to bypass it, so I have to, you know, put guns to, like, whittle them down as they go farther into our base. Those are all things we have to figure out as we go. Most of the time, the AI in this is kind of approach nearest thing that fits my criteria, destroy. Okay, drop you in here, drop you in here, drop you in there. I forgot I could queue stuff up, so we're doing that real fast here. Looks like we probably need more, conveyor belts pretty soon. Top you off. All right. Here we go. Now we got our first ability to start using the guns for whatnot. Like I said, we did lose a building over here last time, so that's gonna be my first priority of where I'm gonna put this, is where we've already taken losses. That tells me it's a place that's got a problem. The range on this does seem to be pretty decent, which is encouraging.
You've built a Gauss turret. This is a defense facility. It consumes ammo and energy to strike enemies within its range. You can either directly build Gauss turrets on conveyor belts that are built on the ground, or use conveyor belts to string Gauss turrets together. Your home base has grown. Now you can click the Statistics panel button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view statistics. In including the production and consumption of each item and power data. This data can help you manage your home base.
Turret
Okay.
is short of ammo. Most turrets need ammo to fire. Click on a turret to open its panel and replenish ammo manually. Of course, it'd be better to constantly supply ammo with conveyor belts.
It's pretty much what I figured. Alright, so we're gonna get some wild conveyor belt nonsense going on here in a minute, but first, let's shove some bullets in that one, and then we're gonna go to our production line down here, and we're just gonna have bullets being shoved into the entire system, and that'll probably get rerouted a dozen times as the game goes on. So let's take you, make sure we give enough space. How... Alright, so let's go get our conveyor belts. And we're going to run a connection up to the gauze turret. So we can start feeding ammo into it automatically so I don't have to babysit it. And like I said, I'm going to try, because it seems like they're only coming from that side of my base so far. I'm going to try and get that all hooked up and ready to rock and roll. I also need to be getting more research done. Alright. And we just keep expanding. Now you're sad? Why are you sad? No connection. Oh, I see. In this case, it has a belt fed directly into it, so you don't need to have room for the sorters and all that stuff. Okay. So yeah, so we wanted to build another turret next to it. I literally just put it next to it, just shove a conveyor belt. You just realized you have no use for your bottle caps?
Supernova. Turrets will accumulate a large amount of energy for a short time once supernova has been enabled. After accumulating, turrets will enter burst mode and fire extremely quickly for several seconds. Note, supernova costs a massive amount of power. It can't be used if power supply is too low.
Oh. I see. So it's a thing that, if things get bad, I can hit the button, just really kick it off. Yeah, because you had your, whatever the program was, not Scholastic, but it was something along that lines that, you were collecting all the bottle caps for. Now I just go back to being recycled. Alright, so now we still need to go down here and attach the sorter on this end. Okay. And while it works on that, let's run over here, see if we got more of the guns ready. Keep expanding our operations here. Iron plates seem to be doing fine. Copper plates seem to be doing fine. Circuit boards are not... we've got a backlog that's working for us, but I don't believe we're actually keeping up, so it will eventually exhaust. Silent tantrum. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. There is a reason why a lot of people, when they get really frustrated, they go to the gym. It's just a way of working that off where, you're not doing anything harmful. Oh, do we have any more of the arc things? Let's grab those while we're here. Alright. Okay, so we need to get that set up. And the good news is I already have stone coming in here. And I have a good angle to put this to use, but we're just going to make it work anyways, because that's why we've been running this whole factory, is why organize when we can just, you know, shove everything to working with each other. I keep noticing we keep getting soil piles, but they don't show up in my inventory as far as I can tell. My assumption is we can use those to fill in the water using some type of material. And since it's not one tile per whatever, so let's get that, get our storage container, which I'll have to kind of like shimmy in a weird awkward angle over, because we don't have foundations here. Alright, so I've got that making glass now. Yeah, no, it's fine. I wasn't saying you need to go to Gym Strider. Or sorry, Dragos. It was very much just kind of going with the whole, you know, everyone has their own ways of working off frustration. That's kind of one of the ones is, you know, that is a choice a lot of people make. It's a productive one. But yeah, not playing a game if that's what gets, you know, gets the frustration out of your system. Okay, so I do see that this game doesn't do a thing to show you where your ranges are overlapping. So that's fine. So I do want to make sure this gun is in range to cover the next gun. And I will do the same over here. So that the idea is straightforward. Every gun gets double coverage at least. I am noticing the research, it's hard to really keep track of like what I'm even unlocking. I'm just kind of doing it. But that's, you know, that's not an unusual problem. Yeah, those are just building. I'm not going to put a lot of effort into it. We're just going to keep walking around. We definitely want to get this tower here built. The wireless power one. So I have a place to return to top off. Alright, so I could actually build them right now. Getting more of those built. Hi, wifey.
Did you get Taco Bell? No, you got Tijuana Jack.
Yeah. I was like, I was like, what?
I just thought.
Oh, yeah. Nope, I did that earlier.
Hi, Tijuana.
But how was your day?
Going on a Viking. I don't know what that means. My day was good. Hi, Walker. Yeah, it was unexpected. So you know how there's like 2 places that could work? I was expecting to go to one place, but then I went to the other place.
What? You went to the other place?
I went to the other place.
Yeah.
Then I was asked to go to the other place for the rest of the week. And I didn't ask questions. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but sure.
Gotcha. We're doing a good thing. There's like the shadowy bad people, or at least from our standpoint. And it's all like, okay, well, you can, we're gonna go ahead and industrialize this planet and everything so that we can protect ourselves. And so you've been slowly converting the entire local environment.
Uh-huh. That is nice.
We're definitely not the bad people.
Are those windmills?
Yes.
Those are cool looking.
But yeah, we're hurting the entire planet by just literally combing it. Like, birds stand no chance on this planet.
I'm gonna back you from what this animation
I don't. I would say I don't think that's actually what that means. I think you've decided that's what that means. I don't think it's common vernacular for people to say going on a Viking with that being what they're referring to.
Well, enjoy burning and pillaging. It's good to see you all. I'm just eating my dinner.
What are you eating?
Stuff on the burger, like pizza bites.
Pizza bites are delicious. Alright, so just trying to get these guns set up because I see how long it is here percent-wise, but I don't see how long that is versus time. Alright, so we're starting to build weapons. Iron plates are actually falling behind now. So that's not exciting. Not way behind, but a little behind. Did you grab some shells for yourself? I believe I have some equipped. Yeah, I have some equipped for myself. Not a ton, but I don't have a way of really quantifying what I need quite yet. Did I actually make this? Yeah, we did. So my hope is I could wedge this in somewhere down here, which is not looking promising.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
What are you? Are you iron or are you something new? I think it's just iron. Okay, so you need power. Fair enough. And you need a conveyor from this to there. You want to install a sink and a dishwasher? I've replaced sinks before. That's not too awful. I've done both those. Neither of them are too awful. Neither of them are fun. But like out of the different things to work on, that doesn't bother me too much. Okay, so we can go ahead and drop these in here now. I no longer need a pocket research. We have depleted a mine node. Yeah, so right there. So we got one less vein there. We replace the entire kitchen. You remove the lower cabinets too. The cabinets are more work to me. Like removing and replacing cabinets are a way bigger project than like the dishwasher and sink is just dealing with plumbing, which is not my favorite. Like I am perfectly comfortable dealing with electrical and all that. Plumbing is one I will do, but I'd rather not. Shimming, leveling. Mm-hmm. So can I queue these up in advance? Can I go activate that? Yes. Alright, now it's time to no longer pay attention at all at any of the things we're researching and just click on as many of these things as will let me. Ooh, that one's got red. Do you have red as well? You do not. Alright, so we got red science coming. Alright. What about upgrades? Earlier when I looked at them, what are you? Semiconductor material. Oh, that's just the queuing up of all the research. That's fine. Oh, I need to probably choose for the building to actually research. Yeah, so upgrades. All queues full. That's fine. We'll do the upgrades next. Cool. So you make the chips and you use the chips. How's power doing? Okay, we're not quite at 50% consumption. Let's go get our next set of iron sorted out, because we are hitting this and it's, oh, never mind, we've already gotten our one sorted out. Never mind. I'm basically going, okay, I want to make sure, because one of the places you get in trouble in these games is, say like this is my only iron node is going fine and I get distracted fighting or whatever, and then you come back and your whole factory is shut down. I kind of hope you can get, like... I mean, we have batteries in the ship, or in this thing. I kind of hope you can get, like, a battery type thing where I don't have to... I mean, you probably expand your core energy after a while to not need to deal with that nearly as much. So that then it becomes when you go to hit a new planet or something, you start relying on a bunch of the other stuff. Alright. So we got more oil over here, we got more coal, we've got iron. So let's start going and taking a peek at enemy territory. I don't need to actually go over there and fight this stuff. I just kind of want to get an idea that if we walk over here, like, do they have like a base that they expand as well? Do they mostly just stay in one place? Like, you know, just kind of figuring out how they work mechanically. Like, should I be dealing with this almost in a real-time strategy game kind of thing of trying to prevent their expansion? Or is it just like, nah, it's fine, don't worry about it? So topping off her fuel. So my assumption is it dropped us on the exact opposite or very close to the exact opposite side of the planet. So I'd be assuming I'd be able to see it on the horizon. There it is. Alright, so you've got large mech things there, which I assume are very dangerous. Let's take a little itty bitty poke. Oh no, they're not. Okay. All right, let's just go ahead and back off and not keep engaging this and just keep on running. Just run away and not stay involved in any of this. We have poked a beehive we ought not poke.
Warning. Dark fog is approaching. Press Z to enter the combat interface. It assists Icarus in engagement.
Alright, it actually went pretty okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what I don't know if it replenishes its numbers quickly. Because we did take out a good, like, 15 or so of them.
Warning, warning. You're about to intrude Dark Fog patrol range. They're highly likely to launch an attack. Press Z to enter the combat interface. It assists Icarus in engagement.
Does it? It seems like I lost targeting. Oh, we ran out of the special bullets. We are getting absolutely murdered. We are getting annihilated. Okay, so things we have learned. First of all, don't go there until we have a lot of ammo. With the ammo, we actually were doing a pretty good number, but what I couldn't really quantify is how fast they replenish their numbers. Like, if I have to stay in aggro range to prevent them from doing that. Now, that said, I can already see there's probably a really good possibility that I can exploit the way they work a lot. And I'm probably going to do that. I actually have a feeling we can take them out pretty quickly. And to get into the strategy I'm thinking that we'll employ is I'm going to look for copper on their side of the planet. And I'm going to go and just basically set up defensive turrets as an offensive position. So kind of turret creep. And put all the manufacturing for making the ammo right there. So you get the idea. Just plunk down a bunch of stuff and just start going for it immediately. Cool. So if I grab a stack of the power plants, we grab a stack of the guns, we grab a stack of ammo and all that, we should be able to do some pretty good stuff. We'll also need the miners. Okay, so there's some weapons. Cool. I have more than enough power stuff. Cool. We are going to need some of the arc furnaces. Okay. Let's top off our power real fast by stepping over here. So I don't think I'm making the mining devices, am I? I don't think we actually did set that up. I mean, that's fine. 6 of those is going to be more than overkill for what I need anyways. Alright. So we've got power, we've got that. Ammo-wise, that's all being dumped into our buildings right now. But we are producing. We will need the assemblers. Let's grab an extra stack of conveyors. Alright, that'll give us enough to defend ourselves in the short term. We should be able to consume coal for powering our mech now as well. Do I have the assemblers? I have plenty of assemblers. I've got the guns. Conveyors. I'm going to need more conveyors. That'll be more than plenty. Got tons of power. I've got enough ammunition to defend myself in the short term. Let's go over here to where we've just been stockpiling this. And let's just get to arms, and like I said, what I should be able to do is, outside of their threat range, drop down some turrets to give myself basically a retreat point. There we go. Alright. So my hope is once we eliminate them from this planet, that there's no immediate threat from them, that we can kind of just exploit the planet without too much of a worry. Because otherwise we're kind of waiting on research right now. Like, I am unlocking new tech, but we haven't had much in the way of new buildings to make right away. As we look at our collecting, I've got a water pump so I can get water. Nothing new here, nothing new here, nothing new here, nothing new here. You get the idea. Alright, so we are looking for copper as our base of operations. That way we can manufacture the ammunition as fast as possible. Now it is possible that once they build a building this close, that the game has a, hey, don't even try it kind of counterplay. It could also be a thing that the game has it where it strategically won't place the resources that close. So nothing down here. Alright, we're getting closer than I should. I'm not really seeing anything in the way of resources over here other than just stone. Now, I could, as an alternative, just manufacture an absolutely absurd amount of ammo and bring that with me, and then same idea, but we're just not manufacturing near their base. Or as yet another option is to build a conveyor belt all the way to this side of the map with the ammo and then, you know, again, turret creep up to them. So we've got coal over here, we've got iron. But I need copper. Like, some place like this would be perfect, because then we could build all the way up to where we can very clearly get them in range. Like, we take it in phase where we build a line, and then we build a line, and we build a line kind of thing. But pretty soon I'm going to have circled the entire enemy defensive area. And that's not what we want. I'm not seeing any copper, though. Star map, that's not what I want. Alright, so I think we might be on to plan B, which is going to be taking our ammo manufacturing and then just daisy chaining to the opposite side of the map. Because I didn't see any copper even remotely close, so... I feel like that's one that's easy enough to do where we could just, like, take the turrets we have and just keep taking them a little bit farther and a little bit farther and a little bit farther until we're there. Because it's also those things I'm curious, do they attack the nearest thing to them, or do they have, like, some intelligence by, like, there you go, targeting whatever's got the most power consumption, or how it decides its priorities. Let's go here real fast. Upgrades. Well, other materials would need for a bunch of this, that's fine. Okay. Well, that's interesting. That's a giant thing. Alright, so we have our stone here. They were attacking up on the other end. So, what I'm just going to try and do is we are just going to try and daisy chaining the conveyor with the ammunition farther and farther along the planet. That does mean instead of having a bunch of windmills in my inventory, we're going to switch over from the windmills to the like towers that give me more range. We'll probably do. We'll see if we wait for that attack to finish, because I do want to try and bait them into hitting specific buildings. Cool. So we can go over here to upgrades. So take these, put them back. Go here. Grab a second stack. Alright, what am I missing? We'll need even more conveyor belts than I grabbed last time, so let's get really, really greedy on the conveyor belts and grab like 4 stacks. Because we are going to be moving across the entire planet. They want to go poke me in the eye, that's fine. We're going to poke back. Alright, so we got the first one set up. It's going to take my little robots a little while to actually do this. They're going to kind of walk along with it. Oh, I see why I'm getting all the soil piles. It's because it's like all hilly mountainous terrain, and as I'm going, it's changing from that. Oh, I also realize I need to do this, don't I? Alright. And little by little, we go to war. Just trying to see their tower on the horizon and know which way to turn. Because it won't be a perfect walk to the other side. Getting a little upset about going over the North Pole. Alright, so we've got that going. Let's run back here. This actually isn't too bad. The planet is not as big as it first seems. But we went directly over the North Pole. You just got to. Alright. You say so, ho ho ho, as you walked over it? Ho ho ho, this Santa's not your best friend, enemy AI. I come bearing gifts of bullets. Okay, so we do have a long back buffer of bullets. Excellent. I want to make sure I had enough bullets, like, in the production line that I could reasonably hold up for it, you know, at least some amount of time. Because I'm assuming this is going to be a little bit of a protracted fight. All right. You've got tons of resources at our disposal. Another added bonus by having a conveyor with ammunition going across the entire planet. If it is those things that, like, we defeat them and they'll come back later, or they drop sieges, it means I literally would have like half of the circle circled with an ammunition that I can kind of bisect the world to know that they can't kind of cross a line in the sand without having to deal with a place that can easily just drop a gun and be ready to rock and roll. All right. Okay, I think this will be the point we build our first gun. So that's our first fallback point. Why are you being weird about this? Let's try and fix this. Alright, so next gun is going to be about the distance of that rock. And you'll definitely want to overlap these. Alright. I don't want to go farther forward without giving myself more coverage. All right. You're heckin' excited? Okay. And then once all the guns are online, you got a Bethesda title stable with mods? No, you think you do. You'll see. You'll see how it goes. You gotta wait and put a couple hundred hours in there to see if it actually runs. Not a couple hundred, couple dozen. All right. Battlefield analysis. My analysis is the battlefield is their front door. Analysis complete. Oh, I can't do that one. Yeah, all the other ones I could do. Technologies. Alright, they're almost set up. Yeah, after 20 hours of stable gameplay, your save appears to be corrupted, get wrecked. That's pretty much my experience with that. Hey, very last Lurdine. We're gonna go poke the beehive. We poked it lately under our own power, but now we're gonna go and poke it with like... Oh, I shouldn't do it this way. I should do this like this. Let's go grab all those extra bullets we just pulled out. Those are my bullets now. So what range are you gonna fight back? Okay. Yeah, bring it. I am ready for your garbage. All right. Couple more seconds and the new line comes online. Next line, we're going to move up considerably more. Oh, you have big guns. Okay, I understand.
Lost connection to center brain. Mission failed. You can continue from your previous save game, or use metadata to redeploy or reassemble Icarus. To redeploy, Center Brain will dispatch a new Icarus to the landing point on the initial planet. To reassemble, Center Brain will reassemble scattered components into an intact Icarus and retain all items in the inventory.
How do you get the metadata? Current game contribution. Okay. I have no context for any of it, so we're just gonna reassemble. Or whatever. That's probably a mistake, but the game gives me no indication on any of the value of any of these things, so... We're going with it. Oh, suddenly you have, like, huge manufacturing potential again. That's not fair. Yeah, no, we have learned something. It's not just the army of stuff around it that's the problem. It is It is the fact that they back that up with some real firepower. We are also running into a problem. And do you know what that problem is, chat? We're running out of bullets. So you know those bullets I said are mine? Yes, we're damaging it. Come on, hold up a little bit longer with the firepower. We have more range than you do. The classic exploit that has been in games forever. Get off my planet. Oh, wait, that's just... Okay, I understand. That is the actual gun there. Well, we cut down its production of units by 1/3, so that's something. Alright, well those are going to try and keep doing their thing. They're not going to hold up very long. I need to upgrade my ammo production by like 1 billion. Like our ammo production needs to be like 10-fold what it is now. We can do that. I just need to run down here as fast as I can to the opposite side of the planet and do that. How is my power going, by the way? Okay, so we're only using about half capacity. Yeah, so we have more than enough firepower. Yeah, so yeah, some of those games like Battlefield do hold up pretty well. I could have like a dedicated ammo production right here. Like literally that's all this would do is just ammo production. Do I have... Wait, I have literally everything I need to do that, don't I? Do I have the arc welders? Alright, cool. We could like just spin this up real fast right here. So mining... You can put 5 there. Do this. Turn around and say I would like 1, 2, 3, 4. Get that all set up. Get all that set up. So that gives us all this production. Oh, I really hope... Okay, I have more than enough sorters. I was about to say, like, don't be short on sorters, please. Meanwhile, we can go over here to the other side and say... I would like a ton of ammunition manufacturing. It doesn't matter which way it goes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Alright, how's power production now? Okay. So now we've massively increased our production of munitions by roughly a factor of 4, like 4 or 5 times. So when is game 2? I mean, normally we don't switch for another half hour or so. So we're not even due for it quite yet, but we're getting there. I still don't know what I'm doing for game 2. Because like I said, the other game I was debating doing is we've had the vote on the Discord. As a reminder, we do have a vote going on the Discord in the polls channel for what to play on the channel. And there's 2 games there that are leading that are currently under embargo, so I can't quite play them yet, but I will be able to soon. Then we have this game, and then the other game that was leading was Mountain Blade 2, which I'm down to do, but I need to figure out what the heck we are doing in it. And I know we had one person suggest a merchant-only run, but I haven't really gotten a feel for, like, the community at all what you want to see. Embargo? Basically, when a game gives you a key, but you're not allowed to play it until a certain date. So, like, for example, right now, Little Guardsman is under embargo. I do have a key for Little Guardsman, but I'm not allowed to play it on stream or present it until tomorrow. Because I have a key for Little Guardsman. I'm hoping to get a key for Enshrouded. I have requested one, but we'll see what actually happens with that. Alright, so the increased number of ammo should be coming soon. It's just working its way through the system at the moment. Alright, more of the guns are coming back online. You do more farm sim if you have no idea? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. That's certainly an option. They did rebuild the building there for producing units. That's fine. When that building goes down, I will probably try to expand our stuff forward a little bit. We're just going to inch it the tiniest little fraction forward. Because I think realistically, that's as far forward as we can go before they get just shredded by the enemy guns. Alright, so we've impacted their ability to produce units. Oh, I'm going to need to go through here. Alright, that line of guns is gone. Alright. In a couple seconds, the next row of guns should come online. The ammo is starting to back up now, so we are producing more ammo than we can go through. They drop items. Yeah, I've noticed most of the drops are just sand or soil or whatever, which is interesting. They're just soil. Yeah, you can see I'm just getting soil piles or whatever. Alright, next row of guns are coming online. Let's see if we got anything new in range. Okay, so we can outrage. I'm assuming the shiny thing there is their turret. So I'm assuming we just destroyed their turret, which is the thing that absolutely obliterated me. So that line goes away. Alright. It's not just soil? Yeah, I've been mostly seeing soil though. There's probably other things, yes, but we haven't really noticed that. Shooting them so much or literally turn them back into Earth. Yeah, but this is a tried and true strategy in like real-time strategy games since the dawn of time. The turret creep. We just get the defensive unit and you use it as an offensive unit. Alright, we're blowing up something new. I think that's the main building. No, it's like some type of structure along the side of the main building. I don't really know what it does, but we're breaking it. Okay, it looks like we're actually shooting the military base itself now. So we're just gonna let that continue doing its thing versus trying to creep up even farther. Because I suspect when the main building goes down, the whole thing shuts down. That's probably where it gets its power and supplies. Let's see, it needs more artillery in my opinion, but I was a Supreme Commander 2 player when I discovered the old game. Yeah, no, that was Dark Rain. That was always a strategy. You had these extremely fragile artillery units, but they required line of sight to operate, and that was always the trick, is figuring out how to get yourself some line of sight to then, you know, just start dropping ordnance from as far. Like, they weren't super powerful, and they couldn't hit anything moving to save their life. Like, you'd have to just really predict an enemy, which was hard. But for, you know, if you get a scout to, like, sneak into the forest nearby the enemy base, you could just pelt them and watch them scatter, trying to figure out where your hidden unit was that was giving the line of sight. Yeah, so this should go down momentarily. And then this planet is mine. What do you mean the threat is going down? Unable to remove core driller. Building's not fully destroyed. Okay, I guess we creeped the front line front. You didn't produce a full wave this time. Foundation's insufficient. Let's see, a drilled well made at the planetary base. It has reached the core of the planet, so you can see boiling lava. The well can be buried with enormous quantities of sand pile. Maybe Cosmos wouldn't mind if we just use the lava's heat. Let's back off because it does look like the outer buildings are starting to respawn. Alright. So is that where we put the thermal thing? And like literally I'm in line? Let's see. This facility generates electricity using combustion. Oh, no, that's not. That's like literally just a combustion engine. I was just like, thermal? Does it mean geothermal? I mean, honestly, what this means, I could put like my line of defenses like right up here against the front and just bully them where they spawn. Okay, let's get these ones online as fast as we can, so hang out nearby the left side. Alright, and that should be the last building on there. Building's not fully destroyed. Oh, there's one last building way over there. And there's a ranger camp. Okay, so we're just gonna try and beeline this thing right here. Come on, be fast before it has a chance to build more anything. Because then we covered the entire area. Dockfarg's production facility, which is used to build long-range ground units like Rangers, before variation of scouts and whatever. They patrolled the area of the base, clear out any threats. After variation, they become more aggressive. Let's get away. Things are respawning.
Data shows there aren't any natural silicone veins on this planet. You can still obtain some silicone by smelting stone ores. In order to collect a large amount of silicone, find a planet with silicone veins as soon as possible.
Okay. So I'm assuming that's the last of the buildings here. All right.
You're unstoppable no matter what dark fog does. After a long night, here comes the dawn. We've completely destroyed a planetary base. Dark Fog Core Driller can't stop us from expanding factories on its ruins. You can bury the driller by using foundation, yet a great amount of soil piles will be consumed.
Alright. So I'm going to leave all that up, because I don't know how this works, and it's not like I'm particularly worried about the power consumption or anything there. So right now, that giant whatever this is supposed to be is set up. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where we're going to need the red science to do, I think. Alright, well, we have taken care of that problem. So this planet belongs to us. Now, I am seeing that there's supposedly a space threat you can run into as well, which makes sense. If they're interplanetary species, if I create enough drama here, that they'll get their big spaceships and go and give us a poke in the eye if they can. But yeah, that's been my only holdback for playing Mountain Blade 2 with the poll going on, is just strictly, I gotta figure out what I want to do in it. Because, like, the default is, you know, conquest, but the game is actually specifically designed to try to prevent you from being able to, like, fully conquest the game, where you're like, you've finished conquesting it. But it's also extremely slow process. I feel like just doing, like, arena battles is probably not that entertaining to watch. Like, it's probably fun with, like, Twitch integration and all that, but just me doing arena battles one after the other would probably be eh. Because, like, for the battles, doing stuff like Siege and protecting, like, in the grand scale is kind of the interesting part of the game. so you're all square. You're all fine. Do we actually have any meaningful new buildings? So we've got the solar buildings. We've got the thermal plant, if I need that. We have an oil extractor. We still have the water storage tank. An oil refinery. We don't have remotely half the stuff we need for that. Okay, so it looks like the oil extractor is probably next. Or somewhere here it is right here. Now we can go and... Oh, it didn't just give it to me. Oh, I gotta make steel for that. Alright, well, let's start expanding our production line here. So, I do not know what steel needs in this game, but we're going to find out. Is it still the arc tower? It probably is. For you to make steel... Oh, it's literally just iron. No extra anything. It's just iron. Alright, fair enough. Then what we could do for this... Oh, did we get splitters yet? No, we didn't. What? Oh, let's get play about the speed of research. Yeah, so that's the upgraded this for the splitters. So that's coming. We just gotta wait for it. So what is it going on? Yeah, so it's complaining because I am producing the cubes faster than we're doing the research. So let's see if we can't make another one of these happen. I need circuit boards and the plates. That should be easy. We just go over here to where the circuit boards are being stored. Cool. And then I should have a box for plates over here. Cool. And then we can make you. Alright, so now we've got that going. I don't know if that'll catch up to the production rate, but we're going to find out. It does look like it's ever so slightly going down now, which is perfect. We can just let that run for a while. It does look like our copper here is getting burned up, that I am going to need to find a new copper node to feed into the process. So let's figure that out. Let's see, you could stack research? Or are you saying you could build them on top of each other? Nah, I'll deal with that later. We can worry about that later. It's fine for the moment. Okay, so we do have copper veins here. That should be pretty easy to get at. Okay, so I've got you. That way it prioritizes that one over this one. And that'll be a short-term fix for our copper. Cool. So that's good news. That'll fix our copper production stuff for a while. Let's take a look and see, are you still going up or down? Okay, it is distinctly going down. That's fine. And power consumption's just fine, so that's good as well. Alright, so we've got you. Alright, so we'll get back to what we were doing over here, which is getting ready to set up steel. I've got water here, which means I can't really build the arc things there. Now granted, I could, where right now this is just dumping in here. We can just snake this back around and just put it over here. Let's do that. It's probably not the way to approach this. But for the time being, it's the fast way. And why not just do it the fast way? I don't remember what I need the steel for quite this second, but we'll put a buffer chest on the line. Right, that's right, we're making oil. But, nevertheless, that's steel production online. Let's go get the last of this set up. As soon as this gets conveyed around, then we've got that sorted out. Oh, good old spaghetti factory. Tried and true. And then that'll be way more of the copper. That does make me curious that by this you'd have a very finite amount of resources on the planet. So in theory, I would assume you could deplete all your resources, whether or not it's practicality or whatever. But in theory, you'd be able to deplete all your resources here. Like I said, it could be one of those things that realistically it's just not even remotely a concern, which is probably the case. There's no way it makes factory spaghetti or bust. Well, that's the, that was the thing with, like, Factorio, was you had, like, 2 or 3 popular designs. You had, like, the bus format, or the main bus structure, or you had, you know, different styles that people build. You know, spaghetti was certainly an option that was used very heavily for a lot of good reasons. But there was definitely a variety of options. Okay, so we have the water pump. Apparently we can pump water out of the ocean, including sulfuric acid oceans. Interesting. We have an oil extractor. You use the focusing plasma to extract crude oil from oil seeps. Depending on the yield, that's fine. But we need the steel, which should come pretty quick. Yeah, now main bus is a very popular one. Usually what happens with the main bus is you'd always end up finding you don't give yourself enough space. And it would go great until you've hit the limits of the main bus, so you didn't make it wide enough to handle everything you needed. And then that was always a challenge of going, okay, do I start redoing everything, or like where do we go with this? That's queued, that's queued. Hopefully you have bots by then and removing sections less painful. Yeah. Well, the whole thing with like doing the main bus is to try and like avoid just going hard on the bots. At least it was for me. Because like I made bases that were like just bots. Like I mean, you do like the main bus to lead up, but then you just go bots. So you have like, you know, production thing in out, production thing in out, production thing in out. And there's just like the requester chest, and then you just watch the game struggle with the unleashing number, like completely unleashed number of bots you've got. Okay, so I've got that. And I think, what did I need to make the? Oh, right. We started making the glass, but we never made the prisms. Right. I don't even remember where we do that. So you can make silicon ore from stones. Yeah, so we've got all the rest of it, so get rid of you. So the prism. Alright, so that's coils and prisms. And then prisms are just glass. So I am gonna need a couple of assemblers. You saw a video where a guy did all random resource. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that video. It's I love how upset you can hear him being like every step of the way on it too. Because this would be easy if these weren't all mashed into one belt. Well, here we are. And then just moving forward and be like, yup. It would be easy if none of this is the way it was. Alright. So now I got the splitters and I assume mergers.
You've unlocked Universe Exploration. Now you can click the Detailed Display button at the bottom right corner of the screen to enable real-time vein distribution.
Gotcha, so it gives me more information. Alright, so we were getting the glass over here to make prisms. So we can go here, do this. So I can make prisms. Now pop this over here. That might actually need to be a tile farther to the left. Then build the storage here. Okay, so the plan is pretty straightforward from this one. So take the conveyor belt. Straight across there. And straight across there. We see if we can't put one of those in line here. Prisms. And then you make these. So we'll also need the coil, which are here, which is perfect because I could literally just take that and just say, and you live over here now. Alright, and that gives me what I need for that. Go little robot arm. Yep. And one thing we can do is you can, well actually, do I already have the splitter? I have one. So you can get out of here. We can go ahead and put the splitter here. I see.
A splitter. It can split the cargo passing through or manage the cargo on multiple conveyor belts. The splitting speed depends on the conveyor belt speed. Press tab to switch between different patterns. Click on it to set priorities and filters.
Cool. So now we got a splitter as opposed to the nonsense we had before. I'm sure I've got other places I need to fix that as well. But that's going to be, is like, this planet is kind of a disaster. I suspect what happens is once you get to your next planet, because you got so much more stuff figured out, you don't have to do nearly as much kind of upsetting construction. Alright, let's go here to our equipment. Have all of the bullets. Go ahead and have some spares. Mostly just getting that out of that way. Alright, so that's all looking good. We've got that being produced. What do I still need to make the oil refiner or oil extractor? We don't. We can make the oil extractor. We can make the oil refinery. So cool. Oh, we need copper plates for that research. And you're burning through the last of that iron, but you already got an extra node caught up. Gotcha, so you've got to go. And you should be done momentarily, correct? Oh, it's now oil extractor. There we go. That's the problem. And then we have the fluid thing.
This facility produces various products. To filter its products, you need to configure sorter filter. When building a sorter, press tab or arrow keys for filter configuration. You've built a storage tank, which is more suitable than a depot for storing liquids. Each storage tank can only store one type of liquid. Storage tanks can be stacked vertically. Once the storage tank is dismantled, extra liquid will fall to the ground.
So what I'm not seeing is how I connect you. You take crude oil in. No power.
Congratulations, you've unlocked Energy Shield. It can resist all damage from enemies and protect all facilities within its radius. Energy Shield requires Mecha's core energy to charge. The charging speed depends on the current fuel chamber power generation, as well as the Mecha's current energy percentage. Once the shield's power is exhausted, it takes some time to restart.
I don't see how I get this in here. That was the other thing that you do in Factorio. You get a bus that gets messy. You move over to the bit of the planet and start a new factory. Yes, this, you just moved a new planet instead. Yeah, so I'm not seeing how I'm supposed to connect you. Let's try picking you back up. Refined oil. Yeah, so it's supposed to have like crude oil in, and I do have different connection points. Oh, you know, I bet you it is. I'm being not smart about this. It's it just needs these. I assume I need more of these. Where are you at? There you are. Oh, it mixes on the lines. Okay, so it's this is where I gotta get a splitter involved. I understand. Alright, let's go ahead and make a splitter. Because we need to have one that goes up one way and one that goes the other way depending on the materials. So we put down the splitter. And we can go ahead and put a conveyor belt going into this. Have one that goes this way. One that goes that way. Hydrogen. Refined oil. Okay, and that gives me that. Alright, so we're starting to process oil and all that. That's good. Okay. So pretty soon, it's going to be time for us to switch up games. I haven't decided what we're going to be switching up to. I also need to use the restroom real fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let my mech recharge and kind of let the things run for just a minute while I quickly use the restroom. And I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. No. I'll just... Oh, wait. Hang on. No, stop it. Alright, let's be real careful with this. I'm not on my wheels. Nope, 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 nope. I didn't see there was a cross guard there, and I was able to drive like right over it. No, that's okay. We've done this before. Hey, Car, you wanna do me a solid, buddy? No, don't go anywhere. I need you. I don't actually need you, but I'm gonna... I can't see what I'm doing because of the light. That's... Like, I see them stuck in the post. And I could probably move this around to get free from it, but I can't really make out what's happening here. Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? All right. So, what we need to figure out is what we're going to be messing with now. Because, for those who are new to the channel, I do stream 9 hours a day, and usually what I'll do is the first half will be one game, and the second half will be a different game. So we have been playing this for a bit over 4 hours, so we're getting past that half stream time. We're getting to be around there. So it does mean it is time to doing the switch. I'm not sure what I want to switch to. And that's kind of the problem. And part of the reason I'm having difficulty deciding these things at the moment, to be clear, pretty much boils down to the game I want. The games I want to be played are currently under embargo, which means I can't play them on stream right now. And so I'm kind of stuck waiting for them to not be under embargo anymore. And it is one of those things that when you have something you want to do and you can't, under embargo. So a lot of times when devs give you a key, they'll give you in advance of the game coming out. So like, for example, Little Guardsman comes out tomorrow. So they go, here is a key so that you have everything you need for when it comes out. You are not allowed to stream this until it comes out. So embargo is you may not play it until this point. And they'll do that because the alternative is they give you the key like right as it comes available, and you don't have it. Have you played it? I played the demo. I have deliberately not played, like I usually won't play a game before I stream it. Like if it's something I plan on streaming, that way people can kind of see me have my, first-hand experience, it's authentic, that kind of thing. I would rather do that, knowing I'm going to occasionally like fumble around trying to figure out a game live, which, may or may not be the best content. But I'd rather do that than, I've already spoiled myself to already, the big moments kind of thing. And then, it just doesn't feel as good. Because, like, there's supposed to be something that's like a surprise in the story, but you played the game before. And you'd be like, oh no, that was, oh my goodness. But if, it's going to be inauthentic. At the same time, it's really kind of a bummer when people want to see you have that moment where you're like, oh crap, really? But, because again, you've spoiled yourself to it, it's just kind of a bummer. Especially with games like Little Guardsman, I feel like that's those ones that once you've played through it before, I suspect it'll be one you play through multiple times to see all the lines, but like the main beats and all that, you'll experience once, and then that'll be like the main thing. Because that's true of most games that are they have like a progression to the story now. For those who don't know what Little Guardsman is, it's kind of like Papers, Please, which is you effectively work as the person who inspects like immigration paperwork person. They like inspect passports, you look for inconsistencies and all that. But where Papers, Please is kind of this like, parody about like dystopian like really awful place kind of thing.
You've unlocked Prototype. This prototype is the origin of combat drones. It follows and assists Icarus in combat. Before dispatching combat drones, in the mecha panel, you can choose which type of combat drones to be deployed for each squadron, and ensure there are sufficient combat drones in the hangar. Combat drones will automatically attack enemies by default. You can also dispatch them in the combat interface.
But well, Paper Please like tries to be kind of serious about it. Like it's not super realistic. Like it's kind of going for the depressive, whatever. Little Guardsman, on the other hand, is comedy, it's fantasy, so there's ogres and elves and wizards and all sorts of nonsense, but it's like really all over the place. Yeah, no, I played Contraband Police once on stream. It was very early on in its development. I found the like randomly being attacked everywhere I drive to be completely obnoxious because the combat in the game was like honestly like C tier. It wasn't even B tier. It was like really kind of just scuff. And so it did have like that jank simulation style thing. Like the budget simulators all have that jank thing. Like gas station simulator is one that has that jank, but in a good way. For me, Contraband Police is kind of like, I'm really not enjoying this. It was like Papers, Please with a bunch of like weird stuff bolted onto the side of it, but not well. Now, granted, I understand they've had a lot of updates, so it's probably better now. But for me, when I played at the time, it felt very like they just kind of kept adding stuff to it, not asking why, and none of it felt particularly well done. But that said, I know a lot of people had a lot of fun with it. I'm glad they did. For me, it was one of those games that I played it, and I found it more frustrating than enjoyable personally. But that was like you'd get like the contraband, you just go to drive across to turn it in, and it was like every 2 seconds in the exact locations had these people pop out and shoot at you everywhere. It's just like, oh my god, this is so obnoxious. So it just felt silly, which is part of what they're going for, but to me it wasn't fun. I understand they added options later to either like turn that off or give you an option to like just send the contraband without it so you didn't have to engage in that if you didn't want it, but you know, I'd already been kind of not into the game. But yeah. But like I said, I know there's a bunch of people who had good times. We will overwrite that. Okay, so what's going to end up happening now is I am going to go ahead and for the people over on TikTok and YouTube, those streams are going to have to end as I have to end the stream and restart the stream for all of you to change game categories because they just don't take streaming seriously like other platforms. So I will catch you all later. And for those of us over here on Twitch,